All right, guys, and we got the video also. Nice. Welcome back to my World of Warcraft stream. Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome to 2024. I think it's going to be pretty intense. It's a pretty intense year. Gird thyself. Know what you believe in. Know what you stand for. I think we're in an era of intense deception in all kinds of ways and across a whole spectrum and lots and lots of areas. And so I think 2024 is going to be pretty crazy. So suck it up, Buttercup. It only gets more nuts from here. All right. I should have a mailbox here. Maybe it's up there. I bet it is. We are here in Shadowthorn Vale. I don't know how many of you watched the New Year's playoff games yesterday, but all of those teams did themselves honor with how they played. You know, I mean, those were both two really, really very good games, very intense, very competitive. It's kind of almost a shame that there's got to be a loser. You know, all of those teams played so well. What happened here? This did not sell. Auction expired. Okay, this was the one that I put up for the ridiculous amount of gold. That's right. Okay, and then this one did sell, so we get 2 gold off this. Yay, us. Okay, well, with that, let's go ahead and get rolling. Actually, let me close out some tabs. I need to check and make sure everything is, in fact, streaming. So YouTube, go live, and click that. While that's coming up, I'll bring Twitch up. Okay, YouTube looks good, so I'm closing that out. I've got my Restream chat up, so I don't need the Restream tab up. Twitch looks good, so I can close that out. Kick also looks good, so we'll close that out. And I've got my chats up for everything, so if you guys wind up talking, I should see it. And I keep Rumble up just to see the video quality. Okay. All right, well, where did I leave off at? Let's see here. Not so much where I left off at, but what are we going to go after? How about number 4? We need up to snuff. We can circle south to Bloodsail. Maybe we should start south and work our way up the coast. What's over here? Dizzy's Eye. So we can kind of do this number, then go grab that quest maybe. Oh, well, it's a little bit beyond me, so never mind. We can come over here. Well, that is this quest here. Okay, so we're going to head down here to number 7. We got to get south of this town. How would I do that? Do I just go jump in the water and swim that way? That's kind of how it looks. There's probably an overland route. I'm just unaware of it. But I'm going to go this way. I have played the ever-loving heck out of my Season of Discovery Paladin and Warrior. I've had a lot of fun doing it. But again, with those two classes and how they level, it is always nice to come back to this Hunter as a contrast. The Hunter is just so pain-free and cake, very relaxing whilst not being boring. You know, that's what kind of consistently surprises me, is how the Hunter is fun without being boring. Yeah, probably to the east is where the beach landed. Yeah, that's the coast, and we could have followed it down that way. Okay, so we're definitely taking the long way around. I wonder if there's any sharks out here. I can't imagine that you would make a game and not have sharks in the water. Okay. Optical illusion. I thought that was a cave. But they'd be further out. In fact, I think that's what I remember. You can swim out to the ocean so far, and then everything darkens and you start to lose health no matter if you're above water or not. And there's also sharks out there that come and eat you. they chomp your life down. But I'm having to reach back a long ways to remember that, so who knows? Fuzzy memory. What we got here? Level what? Level 41. Bloodsail Warlock. Okay, we're starting to get more. Let's do this. We can be reckless because we're hunters. I had to use my bear stun. Once I could get him stunned, then he stopped chasing me. Look, my bear's really still pretty healthy. It's incredible. Of all my characters, I feel like this one with the UI and how I have things set up is the best. But he's also the highest level with the most abilities, so I get a better opportunity to see what I need to work with. So that could be a big part of it. But I feel like I got the best setup with my hunter. Okay, now I'm going to try something a little bit different. I'm going to use just my pet's attack command. Oh, look, we need this stuff. Bloodsail orders, that's going to be a quest, right? I think that might be directions to someplace. Okay, so I'm going to try and have my bear just kind of round everything up by using the attack command. Right here. I probably ought to hotkey that. Jiminy Cricket. I don't even feel like I'm exploiting my class to its full potential. Like, I was full mana there. I'm leaving a lot of DPS on the table.
Hey there.
I don't need to sell anything.
Safe travels.
Have I gotten any snuff at all? Snuff, 2 of 15, okay. Oh, whoops. I was trying to hit the wrong key combo. Let's go after this guy first. Why won't he attack? My pet is on defensive. Yeah, but he should have attacked with this. This has a... Isn't this a macro? That has pet attack in it. Macro. Show tooltip. Maybe I should tag on. Oh no, I remember what it was. Okay, so I tried to lead with my Scorpid Sting. I'm having to remember my class. I haven't played him in a while. You know, since last week. Whenever I say a while, it's just been a few days. Hunter's Mark is what sends my pet. What am I tracking up here? Oh, I just have it on something that's not around so that I don't clutter my map up. Okay. Hey man, things are going pretty well. I'm able to tank some damage. While my pet kind of destroys everything. Let's go ahead and use a bandage. Where's my bandages at? Oh, look at all that health. Wow, that's a rune cloth bandage. A heavy rune cloth bandage. I'm making my mana back with Viper Sting. Take that, succubus. We are immune to your charms. We understand your game. Ain't nobody gonna suck the soul out of us. I started up a warlock, a goblin warlock on WoW Retail, and just to kind of play around with it and learn a little bit about the goblins, who I think are kind of neat. I didn't really like it. I would play it up to, I think, level 6. So probably need to give it more of a chance. I don't know. I'll put it this way. Warlock on these older server types, Wrath of the Lich King and Classic, looks more appealing to me than the WoW Retail Warlock. I'm not quite sure what it is. It's probably just that I haven't played them long enough. But also on the Classic servers, and I could be getting confused here because there's so many different ways to play World of Warcraft. I might be getting things crossed in my mind with which servers do what. But I think on the Classic servers, particularly maybe it's Wrath of the Lich King, the Shadow Priest seems to do everything that I'm looking for. And then I don't have to play with demons. That's like, uncomfortable is not the word, revolting. It's kind of revolting to me, but I like the mechanics of the damage over time so much, and the insidious nature of you made a mistake. You know, you underestimated me. Those things appeal to me about Warlock. The tanking aspect and Season of Discovery, and especially the demon form that comes with it, don't appeal to me in the least. I think that's kind of... Well, not only is there the revulsion aspect, but then maybe because I'm revolted, then it also appears silly to me. I don't like it. I don't like how that worked out. And I'm just purely talking about how it looks. I haven't seen it in action. Alright, now I'm trying to... My pally just hit level 21, I think it is. And I am trying to get him ready for, like, I guess what you call pre-raiding. So I'm trying to get him the Divine Storm rune. And I need to get the Exorcism rune. And then I need to do some mining and leveling up my profession in order to get some very nice items that I can make for myself and kind of get my pre-best in slot gear going. And I need to start running dungeons. Probably initially as DPS. And then maybe later on I can tank. I think at this level right now on Season of Discovery, one is kind of the same as the other. Like, you don't tank as prot, you tank as red. Okay, where am I at? 8 of 15 on Snuff. Need to start Viper Stinging some people again. We are moving right along with this character. And I think that the journey as a whole is going to be at least interesting. I don't know if I would call it exciting yet, because I'm actually kind of anticipating I'm not going to be very enamored with retail. I don't know. We'll find out when we get there. But simply learning all the, or seeing all the new content, I think is going to be fun. And then after that, settling into whichever server it is that I have a preference for, whatever server type. Which likely is to be Wrath of the Lich King, I think. Well, Season of Discovery is really interesting, but that would be, I think, more of like a, what would you call that? Like an off, you know how you have off specs? That would be like for an alt. It's a little bit more, what is the word? There's a word for it. It's like novel, a little bit more novel. It's interesting because it's interesting, because it's different. You know, saying it's interesting because it's interesting, that's like a Kamala Harris thing. There we go. Find the author of the message in a bottle. I think that's the one that leads to like the 27 pages. I don't think I want that. I can't mine mithril. Oh, I can't mine at all on this character. Okay, let's work our way back down this coast. I think SOD is interesting because they change things up and there's a mystery environment to it. I think Wrath of the Lich King looks good because it's just flat out a good game. It's just a really good expansion. I would imagine that that's where I will probably settle, but I gotta emphasize, I don't know that for sure yet. Speculation. Let's track humans. We're hunting humans. Dun, dun, dun. He just called his buddy in. Take that, evildoers. Yeah, and you know what I could see myself doing on Wrath of the Lich King is really getting interested in playing a Paladin and a Death Knight. Because they're polar opposites of each other. So whatever kind of mood I'm in, you know, I would be able to bounce back and forth between those two. I could see that happening. But I'm probably a long ways off from that still. Got all of retail to get through. Oh. My Viper Sting was on cooldown. I did a little bit more of a actual normal hunter rotation there. But it sure did shoot through my mana. You know, as fast as it did shoot through my mana, though, that Viper Sting really kind of brings a lot back in a hurry. Almost done. There it is, 15 of 15. Okay, so we're here, and that leaves what? Dizzy's Eye. So keep an eye out. I need to look at what they're looking for. This must be an elite or something. Avast, who goes there? Argine, but useless without me. Special enchanted eye. Bad enough to have lost my eyes in battle in the first place, but by some stroke of luck, we docked in Menethil, and a traveling wizard enchanted a special glass eye that lets me see again. Last night, I ended up getting jumped by some bloodsail buccaneers on me way out. Took me eye, they did. Seems those blokes have found their way to Booty Bay. Help an old sea dog out by getting me eye back. We'll get this, oh, it won't show me what the stats are. Okay, so it should be a drop then. Yeah. Yeah, so we just got to keep killing them. .166. We're critting pretty often. I've noticed that the past few levels. Let's go get the succubus first, because she dies faster. Oh, that's not the succubus. Ah, I missed with the Viper Sting. I'm gonna mute Mike and grab a drink. Okay. I need to remember to jump whenever I use that disengage. I saw a YouTube video that recommended that. It seems like you get more distance. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, so next for us then is to circle around. Okay, we knocked all this out. So what's 7 here? Smot's chest. And we also got a question mark out here. And look at all these. There's just all kinds of stuff. Let's swim due south. It's these ships. This must be what I remember Shadowthorn Vale for. It appears to be quest intensive. Like you gain a lot of levels here in a short amount of time because there's so many quests packed into a dense area. That's what it seems like. Man, 2 crits in a row. So I think that was me and the pet. Curse of weakness. Okay. It's not a big deal against us. Alright, now. Directly to my right. So it's on that ship, the quest. Well, it's an upgrade. We lose out on agility. Oh, it's nice looking. That's a nice looking cape, man. Purple and gold. Good colors. Let's go ahead and take her down. You know, college national championship, I think conventional wisdom is to go with Michigan. And I'll probably be rooting for Michigan because I like Harbaugh. I don't necessarily like everything about him, and some aspects of his personality I think are a little overly intense. But I love his scheme, and I think that he's very good at designing a run game with, and I'm talking about everything, I'm talking about the blocking assignments and the tactical aspects of it. But I'm not going to be surprised if Washington beats him. That Penix quarterback, I like pro ball more than I like college ball. And lately, pro ball, I've not appreciated how much of the college game has been incorporated. And the reason is because I feel like the college game for as long as I can remember has primarily been about out-athleting the other team. He who has the athletes wins. Speed kills, athleticism. You run a lot of spread, veer style offenses with mobile quarterbacks. You know, and that's cool. I'm not wanting to throw that under the bus. You appreciate it for what it is. But for the longest time in the 80s and I'd say the 90s and probably further back, pro ball, you just could not out-athlete anybody. It was about X's and O's. It was the chess match. It was execution. It was the little things that mattered. You know, when Jerry Rice stuck his foot in the ground and made his plant and then cut, it was so exact and at the right time that he gained separation, but that wasn't the end of the play. It was the fact that Joe Montana threw it on time at the exact moment that Rice was at the apex of his separation. That's what made it great. And then other things like when you have decoy routes that drag the defense away, and the quarterback is responsible for reading all these things and knowing not just throwing to a receiver, but throwing to the right receiver on a given play, given the way that it unfolded after the snap. All of those things is what I loved about the pro game. That's starting to go away. And what I'm saying is that Penix strikes me as a pro-style quarterback. That guy, not only does he have the arm talent, where he can throw accurately, but under all kinds of game situations. It doesn't seem to matter if you've pressured him, if you've flushed him out of the pocket. None of that seems to matter. In all kinds of game situations, that guy can see the field. He can process everything that's going on in very rapid fashion, and he can find the open receiver. Whether it's the way the play was designed, or it's after the play art has been run and now everybody's running a scramble drill, or whether it's escaping pressure and moving the pocket, or bootlegging out, sprinting towards the sideline and still looking downfield as defenders bear down on you. Whatever it is, Penix seems to be able to do it at a high level. And so it just will not come as a surprise to me if Washington ends up winning that game. I did not find... Where is this thing at? Is it underneath? Do you think maybe it's underneath? Hold on, let's make sure that there's not another level that we can drop down here. No other stairs. Because it doesn't really feel like we're in the hull of the ship, you know? It feels like there's another deck below me. Oh, here we go. Well, but I've been here, because that guy's dead. Oh, here we go. I missed this. Starts a quest. What do you need me to do? Solve the riddle. Oh, gosh. There is an ornate, well-traveled bridge east of Deadwind and south of Red Ridge. Underneath there waits something for you. Some call it a hint, others a clue. There it will lie for endless tomorrows, biding its time in the swamp of sorrows. I don't know if we'll be doing that one, but I got it. So I guess the idea being, you can see they went with the pirate theme here, and you have these cryptic messages sent for buried treasure, right? You gotta be clever to figure it out. Oh, I missed with my not solid shot, arcane shot. So that's kind of what I'm looking at with Penix, is especially at the college level, there are times that you can get what I call running backs with arms. Early in his career, for a good portion of his career, and I have a lot of respect for this guy, but that was Mike Vick. Tremendous, tremendous arm talent. He could throw every pass in the book. And of course, his running ability was just... I haven't personally witnessed that in my life. I think he was better than Randall Cunningham, and that's saying a lot. Maybe I'm wrong on that, because Cunningham was pretty prolific, but Mike Vick, man, his speed, and he ran like a running back, like he was able to move around. I don't know what just happened. He could move fluidly, is what I mean, right? Later on in his career, he became the best version of the quarterback that he had ever been, because he could also read defenses and see the field. Anyway, in college, a lot of times I see running backs with arms. In other words, they can make every pass in the book. They got the arm talent. They're accurate. They got a cannon for an arm. And they're very athletic and mobile. I really kind of don't like the term athletic, but we don't have anything else for it. I think using the term athletic is a misnomer, because what we're really talking about is we're talking about mobility. And it takes the idea of other kinds of athleticism out, like the ability to place a ball on a dime 40 yards downfield. Well, pretty much what we're talking about when we say athletic is we're talking about the ability to run for a quarterback. Speed. And so I see a lot of that at the college level, where you have running backs with arms, but they can't read a defense. You have to use your scheme to out-athlete the other team and get guys into wide open space and make the reads very obvious. Sometimes you're reduced to half-field reads for quarterbacks because they're just not experienced enough, or they don't have what's called the football intellect. It doesn't mean they're not smart overall. It means they lack the specific kinds of intelligence needed to process a field as rapidly as a quarterback has to when you got a minimum of 4 angry big dudes coming after you. And what I'm seeing with Penix is he's able to do it all. He is athletic. He's not the most athletic. He's not super ultra mobile, but he's a dual threat. He can run for yards. He's not a statue in the pocket. He can get out on the flanks. He can bootleg. He He's got the speed to run away from pursuing linebackers. But mostly he scrambles to buy time to throw downfield. And most importantly, he absolutely reads that field. He's looking safeties off. He knows how to go through his progressions quickly. He can do both pre-snap and post-snap reads, both of them, at a high level for where he's at in his career. I think the guy's spectacular. I don't have him on the same level as I did Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow, to me, was the most complete college quarterback I had seen in eons. Just coming out of college. Had all the tools and was refined in his ability to diagnose a defense. But Penix is up there. He's way up. I think he's better than Mariota, for example, coming out of college. Or what we thought of Mariota. He's better than Jameis Winston. That was a year that I thought those were two very, very good college prospects. Oh, that was the wrong button. It didn't end up being the case. Neither one of those guys had the careers that I was anticipating they would have. But as far as prospects with talent and ability and potential, I thought they were very good, very well-rounded. I'm not quite sure what that green buff means. We're not getting any loot off these guys. Feels like they should be quests themselves. So, anywho, I'll be excited to see how Penix does in the NFL. I wonder who's going to draft him. I just saw something today, just a headline. I didn't read the article. But it's asking the question. Oh, there's not even a question mark down here. I don't know why I came here. Should Chicago draft him? I guess the Bears, I'm assuming from that the Bears are going to have the #1 draft pick, but they've got their Ohio State kid, for Justin Fields, I think. And he looked like he was starting to come on at the end of the year. I don't know that for sure. I don't watch nearly as much football as I used to. But that's the impression I have from stuff I've been reading and the headlines I've seen. Game reports and stuff like that. So I don't know. That's a tough call for Chicago. If it were me, given how highly I've spoken of Penix, and without having done the research that I would need to and how Justin Fields developed this year, I think if I was Chicago, I would look to trade Justin Fields. Try to get as much for him as I could. Particularly if he had some promise this year. You may be able to get something with him. And I think Phoenix is just that good of a prospect. I think you're rolling the dice either way. And so I think you have not equal levels of risk, because Justin Fields is more of a proven product at the NFL level than Penix is. Penix is more of a wild card. But the gap between them is less than the potential reward gap between them. I think if Penix meets all of his potential, that guy could be absolutely a true franchise quarterback, and those are hard to find. A guy that you would build your whole team around and could win Super Bowls with. And I'm not sure if Fields has the same heights of potential. He might be a tier below. Guys, check out our XP per hour. And that's without turning quests in. Okay, there's supposed to be something around here for me. Message in a bottle. Continuing on to the next island over. We're kind of running our own little island hopping campaign here. Okay. Ah, here we go. Taran.
Have you come to free me? Adventurer, I put my faith in you and anyone you can muster to help free me. The great Skymane King Mukla is my captor. He commands the beasts of this island, and they keep me here against my will with the aid of this chain. If you can slay him and find the key to this shackle, I shall be indebted to you greatly. I often hear him to the southeast side of the island, but please be careful. He is not to be trifled with.
Okay, so this is probably going to be an elite. This is the message in a bottle quest. So she was able to cast a plea for help in a bottle. It washed up on the mainland shore over there. And we tracked it to here. Oof. Oh, he is not an elite. You in trouble then. just another day for us. Oh, here we go.
Ah.
So do we have to escort her
Adventurer,
now?
you have saved me from a great dishonor. If it was within my power, I would offer you a place among my tribe. But for now, all I can only offer you is this token for the courage and nobility you have shown.
Okay, so we got, for her it's a nose ring. For us it's a set of bracers. But, we're ready to move on. And let's go to number 7. I'm level 43, and we are 1 minute away from leveling. We haven't turned in any quests, so the speed of leveling has been pretty good ever since we got to this zone. I think even maybe before this zone too, I was actually on a pretty decent rhythm also, but especially once we entered into Shadowthorn Vale. From 7, we should be able to go and hit 5 and 2. Okay, so we're looking for a Mott's Chest, I think it's called. Smott's Chest. And looks like it's going to actually be in the water. Oh. A level 42 elite. I remember this guy. Well, let's see if we can do it. Look at all the healing our pet's getting. That was pretty painless. I remember this guy being very tough for my Shadow Priest. But for the hunter, it was cake. It was cake. We took absolutely no aggro. The pet, once the healing was on him, was undefeatable. God, this guy's powerful. It's no wonder that on all of the various versions of World of Warcraft that you can play, all of them, Hunter is up there on DPS. And it's like multiple specs. In some cases, it's all 3 specs. Hunter's in a really good spot, man. Just universally good. Okay, where do I want to go next? I think I want to hit right up into here. So I got to get inland. Let's go ahead and activate Aspect of the Viper. Tank up on mana. I able to combine these pages? No. Click to read. Yeah, I want to sell those. I remember, like, if you put them in your bank, there's something like 27 or 28 pages. Maybe it's more than that. And once you have all of them, you can right-click them. And it'll form a book. But the whole thing tells this long story of adventurers that come here and misfortune befalls them, if I remember correctly. This whole zone is sort of built off of the old, I guess, exploration days, like Indiana Jones era, where, like, right now the world lacks mystery right now because you have a lot of, I guess what you might call, I don't know if this would be the right word to use, but you seem to have a lot of multiculturalism everywhere. And the further back you go, the more you find that cultures were more regional. And so because of that, places like Arabia and Africa and the Far East held, they appeared really mysterious, like in a positive way, seductive almost. You know, there was something really interesting about them. So I think that that's the era that this sort of motif is designed off of, where you have, you know, intrepid explorers heading off into the deep jungles of the Congo, you know, what kinds of strange things might they find, and peoples and cultures and that kind of a thing. And you don't really, it doesn't seem like we have that to the same degree anymore, because as technology increases, I think the world gets smaller. Has to do with a lot of times has to do with trade and dropping borders to trade, and I guess it leads to cultures intermingling a little bit more. I don't know. I'm not quite sure how to phrase it. I know what I'm talking about, but I've never really had to describe it before, so I don't think I'm describing it very accurately. But I understand the concept that I've heard about. I just don't quite know how to put that in a way that doesn't end up sounding weird. There's our ding. We have 2 talent points to spend. Well, I can put 1 into Frenzy. That gives me 5 of 5 there. Reduce cooldown of kill command. I want to say Ferocious Inspiration is... Oh, wait, it might be Animal Handler. Okay, well, this is now where I have to bring up my cheat sheet. I have a Icy Veins spec that I'm following. And it looks like they... Oh, no, man, they only put 4 of 5 into Frenzy. I jacked that up. That's the second time I've jacked things up. Okay, Animal Handler gets 2 of 2. But since I don't have Master's Call yet, I'm not taking that yet. They actually tell me where they want. I can reduce this by level, so I'm level 43. They're working on ferocious inspiration at this point in time, which is what I was thinking to do also. Oh, wait, but you got increase your pet's attack power by 10%. That's going to help hold aggro. Animal handler is the way to go. Okay, so there it is, animal handler. And they only went 4 or 5 here, so I messed up here, and I think it was here that they didn't take this either. Okay, what next? What's available here? Mist Veil Giblets. That's going to come off these gorillas. Multi-shot, Serpent Sting, Arcane Shot, Explosive Trap, Mend Pet, and Mongoose Bite. That's a lot of really good spells that are available to us now. I was wrong. I'm level 44, not 43. Okay, we're gonna kill silverbacks.
Inventory is full.
Okay. What do I give up? I think coarse gorilla hair is the one to give up. That gives me room for the giblets. Giblets? I think it's giblets.
Carry anymore.
It says I have 2. Oh, sometimes this doesn't update. So it's lagging. I have 2 giblets. That's 3. Track beasts. I love this dwarf character, man. I like how he looks. I would 10 out of 10 make a dwarf warrior if it wasn't for the fact that, from what I've heard, the human ability that's plus sword and mace skill is actually a significantly good talent late in the game. And it's so good that it makes it very difficult to turn down human. But if it wasn't for that, I would play a human paladin and a dwarf warrior. I don't like it the other way around. I think human paladin is too lore drenched, saturated to pass up on. To go for a dwarf paladin instead. If you're big into PvP, dwarf is the way to go on just about everything. But for PvE, there's no way I'm not playing a human paladin. If I'm going to play Pally at all. So, and Dwarf Warrior just seems really iconic. But like I said, that human ability, the additional proficiency at swords and maces, from what I hear, is actually very good. Later into the game. Where are the rest of these gorillas at? Where else might they be? It says they're over here. So we're going to go that direction. Is there a second quest over there too? Yeah, the Heart of Mach. All right, so I got to go over here anyway.
Can't carry anymore.
Okay, so that leaves the Heart of Mach. And our radar points us right towards where we need to go. I don't... Whoa. Get that guy. Looks like he's going to be in this cave.
Inventory is full.
What you want?
Gorilla Fang. Okay. So this guy can summon Mach,
Okie dokie.
but we got to give him a Gorilla Fang, which I think I just did. Yeah. And so he can summon Mach, I think. Oh, and we have to protect him while he's doing the summoning. Okay, cont'd. That's a named. Mach the Savage.
Yeah, man.
Can't carry anymore.
Let's get rid of one of the pages. Okay, so that's complete. Yeah. Okay, now I think because bags are so full, we should probably just go ahead and head back. Let's mount up. We are doing 56,000 XP per hour. We have a number of quests to turn in. Road should be up here. If there's a hunter trainer there, then we'll do training also, but if not, I'll probably do that off screen. But we have some very good rank ups coming on spells like core abilities. Currently, our guy has a 4.82% chance to crit, and we are doing 61.8 DPS. We need to replace these shoulders. These are cloth shoulders. Some of my mail items also are not really what we need because they have strength on them. So lots of potential for growth.
Hey there.
We're not anywhere
Where'd you get
close to
these?
optimized.
No, don't tell me I don't want to know. Who sent you? Seawolf? Here, take this pouch and give it to Seawolf and tell him I meant to pay him back. I swear, I just got a little drunk and lost my way and you know how things are. He'll understand. You don't have to get rough.
Can I help you? See you around for the Alliance.
Cloth. Okay. We will dip into this left structure here because they have repair. So we can empty our bags, repair.
Light be with you.
There we go. Okay, sell all of this stuff. That's a quest item. Soulbound, sell that. Soulbound, sell that. True silver bar. Perhaps I should put that onto the auction house. Maybe I need to start an auction character here. Heart of Mock. Sell this, sell this. Soulbound. Mithril ore. Yeah, I can sell that too. Heavy hide. I mean, I've been selling... Well, I don't know. Let's just do that. It's probably a stupid thing to do, but... whatever. 455 to 585. We can sell that. That's an extra. Sell this, sell this. Sell that. Hey, sissy. No. I've not been to Green Hills yet. I remember that name, but I can't even, like, locate that on a map right now. Charts, snuff, orders, this is all quest stuff. Sell this. I can try and put this back on the auction house for something reasonable. Oh, yeah, I'd rather... yeah, okay, that's that quest. I don't want to do it. I find it easier to just power through all the other quests and level up faster that way. Yeah. Deviled clams. I remember doing that quest on a whole bunch of other characters whenever I used to play WoW. and it was always it always kind of felt like it was too much effort than the payoff. And Wrath of the Lich King is your favorite? Yeah, I'm guessing that it's going to be my favorite too. But I don't know for sure. This is just the method that I actually looked this methodology up online, and it's the way that I'm using to experience all the content I've missed in chronological order. So I have to start here with Wrath of the Lich King, but then I have to start a new character and do the same thing on retail. That's an upgrade. It doesn't look quite as good. It doesn't look bad, but not quite as good. That's all right though. I think it's Windhammer is the name of the server. But there's a couple different winds. Like there's a wind song, there's Windhammer. I think there might be a third one too. And I don't quite remember which one I picked. Here we go. XP per hour is looking pretty good. Here's Dizzy.
King's honor, friend. Shiver me timbers and timber me shivers. You found me beautiful eye. Let's see if she still fits. Adventurer ho, blimey I can see.
That's funny. He said that in the most slack tone ever. Here's Seawolf.
You need something?
Well done. And when you showed Shaky those giblets, how hard did he shake? Ha! He's so easy to read. When I play cards with him, I can't help but win. Thanks for your help, adventurer. Now it's your turn to get paid. My list is shortening, but there are still people who owe me. Next, we have Maury Clubfoot Wilkins, John the Crow, and Chucky Ten Thumbs. These scurvy dogs' debts are months outstanding, and I thought they skipped town to avoid paying up. Later, I heard they're cursed and bewitched and now wander the jungle ruins. But I don't care what their fate is. I want what's mine. They're at the ruins of Abaraz and the ruins of Jubul, northeast of here. Find them and collect.
You play WoWmania Wrath of the Lich King. What does that mean? What do you mean WoWmania? That's not the name of a server, is it?
Here there.
Good show, adventurer. And just before I need to ship out,
Is that a guild name, maybe?
Enough, old friend.
Peace, friend. Perfect, adventurer. Now that we know their plan, it's just a matter of time. And to think the fools have dropped anchor just off the cape. Blast the nerve of Firalon. He couldn't sail a skiff through Crystal Lake, let alone lead an entire fleet against us.
Up to 80, almost 81,000 XP per
Now
hour.
that we know their plan of attack, we can counter before they know what hit them. But why send the entire fleet to do the work of one brave adventuring party? Adventurer, take some of your most skilled comrades out to Firalon's landing spot and assassinate the Bloodsail leadership. Their fleet will sink soon after.
Yes, it is. WoWmania is the name of a server. And it's a Wrath of the Lich King server. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. What do you play? What character? What class? Maybe you have multiple classes. Which one's your main? What's your favorite? You play a hunter also? Yeah, I play a hunter badly. but Hunter is such a good class that it makes up for bad players. That's been my sense. So I was just talking earlier about how it's one of the only classes that seems to be consistently strong across a minimum of 2 of its specs, and a lot of times all 3 specs in every version of WoW that you can pick. Yeah, you're a Night Elf. I started out Night Elf, but I don't want to play a female Night Elf. So I went with a male Night Elf, and I did not like his animations. I didn't like the kind of crossbow sort of animation that he had. And so I gave Dwarf a try, and I'm just kind of totally in love with how this Dwarf looks. I think this guy looks terrific, and I love his he has a racial trait that gives plus crit. And I've been critting a lot lately, so I'm real happy with it. But that shadow meld for PvE is tough to beat. And you like mages. Oh, you go get a new bow right away whenever you start out? Okay. Yeah, you like dwarves also? That's cool. I never could get into mage. I have a feeling that one of these days it'll change, because that's the class that you get like drunk off power. Their ability to just blow everything to smithereens is pretty remarkable, and I could see it being addictive. I've seen some mages at work in Season of Discovery, and it's nuts. It is absolutely nuts when they get steamrolling what they're able to do. As Sissy says, haha, I'm not a great mage. Yeah. I've seen some of the things they can do with their AoE, though, especially, like I said, Season of Discovery. They have heal spells in Season of Discovery, so you got all of that power, all that offensive capability, now combined with the sustain of self-healing. And as I understand it, the healing is triggered off damage, so you're doing both at the same time. It's pretty crazy. All right, what do we have here? Nothing special there. I think we're going after these pirate kings that I killed before. So that's kind of actually really unfortunate. I'm having to redo work. It's very inefficient. Yeah, fire mages. Over on Season of Discovery, that's what everybody's playing, fire mage. Some are playing arcane, but most are fire mages. And then my server, I'm on Wild Growth, and we have a serious bot infestation, and all of the bots are fire mages. And Sissy confirms the boats is where these captains are at. So we're going to go kill these guys again. And I'm going to mute Mike and grab a drink of my cola. Okay. Well, we should just be able to tear through these guys. I'm going to try something a little bit nuts. Well, I don't remember seeing you before. That guy was quite tanky. This guy with his fancy horse. Board. Did he come from the bottom of the ship? He might have killed my target. Okay, so we're actually... I don't have to aggro all these guys. We should just be able to run to where the captain is at and wait for the respawn, assuming I can find it in time. I think he'll be here. Yeah. Now we have to be patient. It's only 35 more minutes until we gain our next level. That's nuts. I just dinged like 10 minutes ago. Oh, that trap disappeared pretty quickly. One of these days, I'm going to force myself to play a gnome. They're like little micro machines. But I don't like how the clothies look. I don't think the clothies look that good, but the melee gnomes, they look pretty neat. I just haven't been able to bring myself to do it. I find other races to be better. Like if I want to play a rogue, it's going to be a night elf, not a gnome. If I'm going to play a warrior, it's going to be human or dwarf, not a gnome. You know, and so on and so forth. Oh, you have a Death Knight gnome? That's awesome. That just inspired me. Maybe that's what I'll pick for. I probably won't, because on Wrath of the Lich King, I want to play Paladin and Death Knight. I feel like that hits both extreme ends of the spectrum, so whatever mood I'm in, I'll have the character to play. But they would probably both be human. I mean, how the lore ties into Arthas is just, that's a lot to pass up on for me. But that gnome Death Knight's gotta be, they're cute. You know, so it makes it funny. Sissy says she's a girl, so she only plays girls' characters. Yeah, and I tell you, I'm a guy. I pretty much only play the guy characters when it comes to World of Warcraft. If I'm playing Skyrim, I feel like I would have an easier time playing a female character there, like a female archer, because it feels more like a story than it does maybe like myself, you know. But in World of Warcraft, it feels like it's a little too close to home. It feels weird for me to play a female character, but it's I know a lot of people don't have that issue, and I kind of view it as like an issue for me, because the female characters are the best looking. All the models, female troll, undead orc, or female orc, undead troll, tauren, all of them look better. Not just for being quote unquote pretty, but I mean like the size of the body looks more athletic to me. And when it comes to night elves, I think that the female, when you put them both in armor, if you have a female night elf warrior and you have a male night elf warrior, the female looks better. I feel like they made the guys a little bit too bulked up and blocky. It would be cool if they had like a few different body types you could pick from. But on the flip side, blood elf males are too skinny. You know, they never really. That's probably why I like dwarfs so much. Dwarf looks about what they should look like, but I think that human males, I wish they had at least 2 different body types you could pick from. Because they did good when it comes to like the jacked up, bulky dude. I think they got that pretty right. But the night elf is too broad-shouldered and lanky, in my opinion. That's why I think the female night elf looks a million times better. Sissy says, my friend Bert always plays girl characters. He says he prefers watching them run around. Lol. Yeah, that's the old phrase, is that if I'm going to watch the back end, that's what a lot of guys say. If I'm going to watch the back end of a character for 6 hours a day, I'd rather be looking at a woman. And, you know, I get that. That makes a lot of sense. There's a movie, I'm sure you may not have seen it, but you've probably heard of it because it's a classic movie, but it's called The Godfather. And in The Godfather Part 2, this guy he's from New York City, but his life is in danger. So they send him back. He's Italian American, and they send him back to old Italy, right? Actual Italia, in order to hide from people that are looking to kill him back in America. And while he's over there, he's hanging out with friends of the family, and I think they're out with sheep out in the country, and they're just talking, and he sees this girl, and like it's one of those things where they look at each other and it's sort of love at first sight. It's like thunder hit, you know. And the 2 Italian guys are laughing, and everybody kind of goes their own way, right? And so the main character's talking to the 2 Italian guys, and they're telling him, in Italy we have a saying, and he says, I want to get this phrase right. He says, let's see, the phrase is, yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so he said the phrase is that it is more dangerous. Walking behind a beautiful woman is more dangerous than walking into the business end of a shotgun. You know, so just, I mean, I totally get it. I don't make fun of people. I don't make fun of guys that play the female characters because they like watching an hourglass figure, you know, with hips that are shaking that well enough that you could time a watch to it. I get it. I get it. It makes sense to me. I just don't do it myself. Yes, I have played Horde. Actually, that's what I used to play exclusively whenever I was into World of Warcraft 14 years ago. Oh, I just want to get out of here. And then for me specifically, and maybe this is just as I've gotten older or whatever it is, I don't know, but I like I like stories. I'm not looking for pretty or dolled up. Like, if I make a female character in Skyrim, for example, is she going to be a warrior? No. Very much likely, probably not. I know that it's a fantasy game and stuff like that, but she's more likely going to be an archer or an assassin. Am I going to use the mods in Skyrim that make them look like they're walking the runway in Paris while they're slaying, you know, dudes by the bushels? No, I'm not. I'm going to put scars on her. I'm going to make her look scuffed up. I'm going to make her look like she's been in a fight, you know? And so that's how I would want to make my female characters. I don't want them to look like models that happen to be, you know, running blithely through the woods, leaping to make a 400-yard dead-eye shot with their bow while looking like $1 million doing it. No, I want her to look like she's been through hell. And she doesn't have to be ugly. I don't want her to be ugly, but I want it to look, I want her to be a little dirty, scuffed up. I guess the thing that comes to mind is Laura, what's her name? The Tomb Raider chick. And when they remade that game and the first new Tomb Raider came out, how she looked in that game is about my idea of how I would want a female character to look. You've never played Skyrim? Man. Alright, next hit's on the other boats. Okay. Yeah, that might have been the last great game that Bethesda made. I don't have a lot of faith that they're going to get the next Elder Scrolls done right, especially now that Microsoft owns them. Well, if you're going to pick a game to really just sink yourself into, World of Warcraft's a good one to do it. It's just a ton of fun. And there's a lot of lore. Carbonite is a good add-on, gives you an arrow to where you have to go. Oh, I'll have to remember that. Thank you for the tip, sissy. That's really cool. I appreciate it. Carbonite. I need to remember that. Here, as a matter of fact, I'm just alt-tabbed. Carbonite add-on. I'm just going to bring that up in a tab so I don't forget it. Let's see, how about... WoW Carbonite add-on. Yeah, Curse Forge, okay. Okay, I wonder if I can go down here and just have my pet aggro. Well, I want to handle these first. Okay. There. There. Oh man, she's dead already? Let's switch over to Viper. Just rebuild some mana for a little bit. I'm not very good at rounding everything up. I want to get better at that because I'm capable of it. My pet is a beast right now, and the amount of healing that he gets, he's just about unkillable. So I should be able to get a ridiculous amount of enemies rounded up. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Uh-oh. I don't think I handled that real well. Big pull. But I took a lot of damage. Sissy says, get the right version for the game you're playing. Okay. Example, if this is 5.5, get 5.5. Okay, gotcha. And my fave is a spider or a wolf. Oh, she says I did okay. I'm still alive. Okay. Well, thanks. I thought I did not do well. So it's good to hear somebody who's got more experience in the class say, no, you're all right. You did good. Yeah, I heard that for endgame, wolf is the best pet to have. But for leveling, I have read, everybody I've read says bear. Because they're tough and they're AoE damage. So they hold threat on multiple mobs really, really well. Yeah, that's probably correct too. Sissy says that's my measure. Like, if you lived, then you did good. And that's, to be honest, that's probably the most realistic position to hold. So, by the way, Sissy, I want to say Happy New Year. 2024 is upon us. We'll see what happens. I think we live in interesting times, so every year is like kind of exciting to see how it turns out. And she says, I like spider, the web is helpful. You can always eat after, talking about if you live. And Happy New Year. Yeah, won't be boring. That's right. Okay, where is that quest at? I want to make sure that I'm actually accomplishing Bloodsail Buccaneers. Yeah, got 2 out of 3. Okay, so we need Captain Keelhaul. And out this way. I don't think I killed this mage over here. She ran right by me. Oh, he got her. Where was she? She fell through. This must be one of those areas. She kind of fell through the art. Okay. Whatever. We will press on. Am I on the wrong boat, Sissy? Yeah, glitch. Oh, man. How about we do a feigned death? Nice. Well, that went pretty good for being an unintended large pull. I love the hunter's ability to deal with chaos. Okay, we're still looking for the captain. Here he is. Sweet. So that's complete. We're looking at 66,000 XP per hour. There she is. There's the mage. She snuck out onto whatever you would call this. She's actually on the outside of the ship. I guess desperation will lead you to do some pretty unorthodox things. Okay. So, let's head up. I don't think so. Let's head up all the way up to here, Zanzil's Mixture. So, actually, we'll go back here, turn that quest in, sell, repair, because it's on the way, right? So, we'll just go ahead and do that. Do I PvP much? Not a whole lot. But whenever I do PvP, I like... The larger it is, the more I like it. I like a mixture, a blend of PvE and PvP. So Alterac Valley is by far, bar none, head and shoulders, my favorite battleground above all others. And then after that, it's probably whatever you can get for 10 mans. I think I remember them being 10 mans. So like Warsong Gulch. There's one in the Burning Crusade where you have to control 2 out of 3 base points that I thought was okay. But the smaller level you get, like 3-on-3 or duels 1-on-1, the less I like it. And it's because I'm not very good as a player. I can't think of all the things quick enough. I probably could if I played one class over and over and over again, but I'm a little bit of an altaholic. And so the more that it depends on me individually as a player, the harder it is. And so I end up like the ones that are PvE/PvP like Alterac Valley, because it gives me an opportunity to do what I am good at, which is being objective based. I'm good at maintaining my focus on the objectives and not being a glory hound going to get all of the kills that I can get, you know. And I don't mind the people that go and get the kills. It's like the larger the PvP situation, the more room there is for everybody to fill their role. And I am good at being objective based. Pretty good. I mean, it's not like I don't get excited and get dragged off into combat also, but mostly I'm pretty good at looking at what's going on tactically and then trying to find where we need to defend or where they are open to attack and trying to press there. Winter Grasp is my favorite, and I like the one with the stables and the mine. See, Here, I need to thank this person. Oh, I don't have a macro, so /ty.
You're nice.
Night Elf. Misbehaving. I don't remember Winter Grasp. I checked out of WoW a couple months into Wrath of the Lich King, so I think I didn't have an opportunity to see what Wrath of the Lich King offered in PvP. So if Winter Grasp is part of that, I've never seen it. And the one with the stables and the mine sounds familiar to me, but I can't place it. Maybe that's Warsong Gulch. If I remember right, you got to cap flags in that one. These guys all... Oh, never mind. I'm not on Season of Discovery. I was about to say, these guys all PvP, because that's the only way you can get a mount. But that's, again, that's on the Season of Discovery. This is Wrath of the Lich King. Let's zoom in on the map here. Oh yeah, it's the guy up at the top, the Tauren. Gotta talk to him.
Ah, what a great day for the Blackwater Raiders. 3 cheers to you, adventurer.
Oh my gosh, that's a huge upgrade. 248 armor. We're gonna wear that. What's it look like? Looks okay. It's okay. It matches most of the stuff that we're wearing. Now we'll go repair. And then we'll head north. I'm more of a PvEer. Winter Grasp is level 80 Dalaran. Okay. And it's much better. Much better than what? Is it better than Ultric Valley? How many people are in it?
I supply only the finest goods.
One of the most epic moments I ever had in World of Warcraft is when I got locked into a 14-hour Ultric Valley battle. I was there at the very beginning, and I stayed till the very end. I played all 14 hours. And it was just an epic back and forth. Both Horde, my side, and Alliance were so close to winning it on multiple occasions, but it's like at the time that we were closing in for the kill is when in various parts of the world we were hitting what you might call trigger times. There are times that everybody has to leave to go to work or something like that, and so we would have a complete roster switch or close to complete, and that disrupted everything and we would lose our momentum. And the same thing was happening to Alliance, and it went back and forth like that for 14 hours until finally Horde won. Yeah, and like I said, I was there from the start of it. The very initial crew that lines up in the cave and the horn blows and the shield drops and everybody runs out onto the field, all the way to whenever we finally got the victory. And it was just, it was a blast. But I've never replicated that or necessarily wanted to. Playing a game for 14 hours. I remember this, I think this was right around the time, too, that news came out of this South Korean man walking out of a video game like tavern. Over there, they have these places. They're like what we used to have that we called arcades, but they're computers, and you go pay money and you can log onto a computer and you can play. And he had been in there for over 24 hours. Maybe it was more than that. Maybe it was ridiculous. Like it was 72 hours or something. And he walked out finally and he died from exhaustion. Like his heart stopped or something. So whenever I played for 14 hours straight, I was really kind of feeling pretty at those times of that amount of hours of being awake, you start to get a little bit delirious, and it's hard to tell, okay, am I in the real world or am I actually asleep dreaming of all of this? It's really tough. Everything becomes kind of surreal. And I've been placed in that position a few times in my life, not very many. And it's not one that I really relished. That's not a state of mind you want to be in, because what I found is that, you know, if you're sitting there and you're like, no, I'm just dreaming, then that means there's potential for you to behave and take actions that you would never do in the real world because you think you're in a fantasy world. You're just dreaming, right? So it's just, it can be a little bit of a scary position to be in. So whenever I start to get to that point, I'm like, I got to go to sleep. I don't think you would ever see me stay up for 36 hours or something unless it was forced upon me. I don't know why I'm on foot. We have a ram. All right, this is where we're headed, right here. Carbonite, I got to remember that for the quest arrow. We should be getting relatively close. Yeah. Okay, time to break east. Scroll out. I think it's on top of this hill. Oh no. Stealth cats. Night elf hunter with a stealth cat. I used to get plinked by those guys all the time. I'd be on my shadow priest just running through an area because I played on a PvP server. Feeling like, oh, I'm good here. I'm like way over level for this zone, so nothing's gonna bother me. And some night elf hunter, marksman, with his farting stealthed cat would aim shot me. You know, just, and then he'd corpse camp me. You know, this wasn't just one guy. This was a routine, regular occurrence. You could count on hunters for doing that. That is a lot of aggro I'm causing, and my bear's holding threat. Brandonoran is observing. Do you need this quest? Yeah. Invite. There we go. Two dwarf hunters. Just annihilating the entire area. Oh, see, he's got a stealth cat. What is this? Divine Spirit? Oh, this is from that priest. Yeah. And True Shot Aura is coming from Brandon over here. That was cool for him to ask for an invite. Like, a lot of times people just compete with each other. Ah, he's using an arrow. I wonder what kind of damage that bow is doing. He fires quick. It might be a she, I don't know. With a name like Brandon, I just kind of assume it's a dude playing. 4 of 12. Okay. I'm not sure if I got that clubbed foot or not. I saw that Brandon got it. I need to rebuild mana. Okay. I did get the clubfoot, so I need Chucky's huge ring. And that. I also need Zanzil's mixture. Okay, so where's Brandon going? Brandon's headed over to where that third item can be found. Let's, whoops, that was an accident. Stone form, okay. Sissy says a lot. Hold on, I need to scroll up and we'll take a look at this in a minute. I want to read everything that Sissy has to say, but first I want to catch up with Brandon. I'm totally off the mark here. Trying to do too many things at once. Oh, Brandon left the party, probably because he thought I was headed off another direction. Okay, well, let's pause right here. I want to see what Sissy is saying. Okay. Your new armor is much better. Yeah, for that chest piece that I got. Wow, that's something. I don't remember what I was talking about there. Oh, that's probably about how long I'd been awake and like entering into that point where you're not sure if you're awake or asleep. Oh, and then whenever I was talking about that guy staying up so late that he died, she said, "Oh my God, heard that happen to a teen once too." Like screwing with your mind, it gives you a different map to. Oh, okay, and then says it gives you a different map to open as well, a clickable map. I think that must be the Carbonite. Which quest are you doing right now? We are working on Voodoo Doos and Zanzil's Secret. Lol, Shadow Cat. Bears are good. A fellow dwarf. Lol, do you have any professions? I have skinning, but that's all I've got right now. Sissy. I keep meaning to go get a second one. I just kind of haven't. I've just been content to level. And she's a bow. She's an archer, so she says arrows are better, lol. Oh, and then she said sorry. No, that's nothing to be sorry about, Sissy. It's okay. That's really not your fault. That's just me kind of bouncing around from thing to thing. This guy was killed by Brandon. Okay, so we're going to vector into here. Somewhere around here. Here it is. Chucky's huge ring. But we're also picking up Zanzil's mixture. Right. I'm going to guess it's this guy because he's named. One of the things I've really liked about guns is that you get an audible trigger for when you're in range because he cocks the gun. Now, it's just as easy for me to look right here, so it's not a big deal, but it is audible. You never played with a gun? Honestly, neither did I. I've played Hunter before, but especially in Classic, and I believe Wrath of the Lich King too. The end game items are all bows and maybe a few crossbows, but predominantly they're bows. So people are incentivized to go with bows. Where are these guys all coming from? Oh no, I was just about to feign death. It seemed like they were spawning from a bunch of areas. I couldn't figure out, because he was dead, and I kept having more show up. Oh, you always had a hard time finding a good bow? I had read that that's what all the best in-game items were bows. Oh, there's a bunch there. Okay. Those undead knights. You know, it's funny. They say when you're a young adult and you leave the house, you get out into the world. I guess you don't even have to leave your house. You get into your 20s. They say that you should try all of the foods that you hate again, like between the ages of 23 and 26, because your taste buds change. And I mention that because when I, kind of as an analogy, when I played, did I not get the quest? I still need Chucky's huge ring. Hold on. I will finish that thought in a minute, but I need to check this out. Zanzil the Outcast. Let's finish getting all of the Zanzil mixture, and then it'll pinpoint where Chucky's huge ring is at. Also, we just picked something up. Whenever I played WoW before. Well, for one thing, I was Horde. I did have characters that were Alliance. I actually started out as Alliance. But then I switched to Horde, and I played predominantly as Horde. But no matter what side I was on, I thought dwarves looked goofy. I thought they were funny looking. So, and they were the ones that really used the guns. So, I didn't really have much of a shot at guns either. I can't even honestly remember what class I played as a hunter. I'm almost certain it was an orc, because orcs have 2 racial talents that are absolutely fantastic for hunters. But I can't really remember specifically. And anyway, whenever I came back, I played a male night elf hunter for up to like level 15, I think it was. And just kind of decided I didn't like how he looked. I didn't like his animations. And then whenever I looked at dwarf, instead of thinking that dwarves look goofy, I thought, man, these guys look kind of awesome. So it's kind of weird how my taste changed over the years. Oh, we suddenly have a lot of people around here. Oh, no, that's Brandon again. Sissy says, I never looked for a gun. The ring is random. Orcs are so ugly. And she likes the dwarf accents. Yeah, they have probably the best accent in the game. And when you do the / thank you, which I do a lot, when people buff me, I'm one of those people that I'm always like taking the time to say thank you. And so that he actually said it a little while ago when that priest buffed me. Oh, look, I don't even have Aspect of the Hawk up. He said, oh, you're so nice, or something like that. It's like the most unique of all of the ones out there, I think. And it sounds the most like human. It's sort of adorable, right? Kind of like that. Actually, I wonder what the gnome thank you is like. I haven't tried that out yet. I don't know if that's my kill. Nope. Let's track humanoids. Whoops. That's Brandon, I think. Yep. So, I don't really want to compete with Brandon. I'll come over here and kill these guys. I think I'm at 11 of 12. Yeah, I just need one more. Sissy says there should be chests around here also. So I can actually go find treasure. Yeah, there's one right there. Well, it's not a chest. Send the pet after the Naga. There we go. Okay, we're finished up with that. And now, if we look here, Chucky's huge ring, and as Sissy said, it's not a specific mob, it's a random drop. So that's probably why Brandon is still here. You just gotta farm them till you get the drop. I'm wondering if I should press on with another quest. I mean, when you get two hunters working the same area, and I don't want to re-invite him because I think he already kind of feels like we ditched out on him. So we're going to come back to this area. Actually, we could go where we were originally at. No, we can't. Let's go get this. No, that's level 50. I guess we'll just go up here. Singing Blue Crystals and Skull Splitter Tusks. And then we'll come back to this area here later on. Yeah, they might spawn fast, but they're getting killed fast too. We got two hunters mowing everything down. And then there was a shadow priest there. I think we'll have better luck if we just come back to it. We're going to have to come back through this way anyway to get back to Booty Bay. What are these things? Singing Blue Crystals. So that's going to be not crocolisks, but what are those things called? Basilisks. Yeah, Sissy says singing crystals. Those guys suck. Yep. Because they can put you to sleep, right? They can stun. But so far, this character has not had difficulty with them. Because they might stun my bear, but my bear doesn't seem to lose aggro. Oh, nope, it's not the... Okay, yeah, I remember this area. Oh, wow. My bear is at full health. I don't even remember if I cast a heal. He might have healed on his own. He's... I love this bear, man. And the talent points I have into healing, he's just pretty close to unkillable. There's the dynamite throw that Sissy was... She talked about that. I couldn't get him to do the stun. I don't know if I used it already or what. I think I'm gonna go ahead and switch over to Viper. What should I name my bear? I called him Wreck-It Ralph. I thought that was a decent name for a bear. But that's about all I could think of. I was trying to think of good names. I'm like, I don't know. You got any suggestions? Oh, you like that name? Okay, yeah. Yeah, another kill. Here, you probably can't see it because I have my nameplate set up a certain way, but there he is. Wreck-It Ralph. I liked that cartoon. It was cute. The little girl was awesome. We can go back to aspect of the hawk. Death from above. Yeah, I like CG movies also, Sissy. What they're able to do with computer graphics is pretty nuts. And now we got stuff coming online with AI, like I'm using an AI add-on. That's what allows for the quests to be audible. It's pretty new technology, so it's not perfect, but it's getting better at a really rapid rate compared to other new technology. And people are actually saying that it's going to create a new reality where you have to be careful of new things. Like, for example, I have heard that there's a new scam happening where they will call you and they will use AI to replicate this is a scenario, right? This is like an example of what scammers are doing. They will use AI to replicate the voice of your daughter. And they'll call and be like, Dad, I got in huge trouble over the weekend. I'm in jail. I need to post bail. Can you send money real quick? I'll explain later. But I have to get out right now. I don't feel safe or whatever it is, right? And people are sending money and then finding out that it's not their daughter. It was an AI voice that replicated her voice. Now, I don't know how they're getting a hold of the person's real voice to get a sampling off of, but that's happening. And so the recommendation I heard to deal with that is that families should get together and have I'm former military, and we had this as a concept also, actually. So this is an old strategy, but you have a password. It's like a secret password. So now when somebody calls you under very unusual crisis-like circumstances and you want to verify that it's them, they have to give you the secret phrase or the secret password. Or the way that the military did it is that you actually work it into your sentence. So we got 10 out of 10 there. This was designed so that if let's say a terrorist kidnapped you and then wanted to use you to get them onto base, to sneak them through the gate. And so they're holding you under physical duress, but without anybody else knowing it, right? They're in the car with you and they're pretending to be your friend or something like that. Then what you do is if the base's password is set up to be, let's say, red balloon. Okay, red balloon is the duress, it's called the duress password. Then whenever you drive up to the gate and the guard, welcomes you and asks to see your ID, asks how everything's going, then you go ahead and play along so that the terrorist, thinks that you're doing everything right. You're like, oh yeah, things are going great. I just got done with the carnival downtown. I bought my daughter 99 red balloons. And now when the guard hears that, he knows, okay, something's up. And they'll probably 9 times out of 10 actually let you through the gate, but in the meantime, they're placing phone calls and security forces is zeroing in to get everything covered up. So that's how you do it. That's one of the things that you can set up with your family is you just set up what's called a passphrase and or a challenge fit phrase so that you can verify that it's not AI. Yeah, just Sissy says she heard about that also. She says, just ask a question only your daughter would know the answer to. Assuming that they haven't kidnapped your daughter and kind of gotten that information. Right, but with the way this AI stuff is working, usually I'm assuming that what they're doing is they're calling people's phone numbers and then recording their own voicemail. Like, hey, you've reached so-and-so. I'm not here right now. Leave a message and I'll call you right back. And that's probably enough for them to get a sampling off of and then have their AI bot replicate that voice. That's my guess. Skull splitter tusks. Yeah, I think that, because I can't really think of any other way that they would easily get voice unless you're like me. Like, I got a whole YouTube channel full of videos with my voice out there, so that there's lots of things you could pull a sample from there. And I guess more and more people, they have their Instagram channels, they post their updates, they do their little iPhone hello to the world. I guess that's becoming more and more prevalent, so there probably is a whole plethora of ways to be able to grab sample audio. Yeah, these guys should be easier. A little bit more straightforward. feel like my guy's critting a lot. Let's see what that crit rating looks like. I'm guessing lower. Yeah, it's actually lower because I'm really cranking up on spirit. I have 113 spirit. It's just kind of the way the gear has fallen. And even with that, he's still critting at a pretty respectable pace. Oh, Sissy says, I got so many spam messages I turned off my voicemail. And do you do achievements too? Not right now. Actually, if you want an overarching view of what I'm doing, I think I talked about it already, but it should be in the description of Rumble or YouTube videos. But pretty much I have a pretty direct objective, and so that's why you won't see me joining a guild, because I'm not going to be staying here. As soon as I get through the content I think is reasonably reachable for me, I'll be moving on to retail, and then I'll have a whole litany of things I have to do in retail to see content that I haven't seen before. And once all of that's done, then I'll pick which World of Warcraft platform I like the most, and settle in and join a guild and do raiding and stuff like that. Start checking off achievements. I think achievements are interesting. So it is something I would probably spend my time doing, but not right now. Oh goodness, there's so much. Let's see, do I have any health potions? Pop that. Dang it. Another feigned death. Oh, he's down. Oh, we live. A feigned death came back just in time. Incredible. I have a tune in retail, but I haven't played it for years. Yeah, I hear people like retail seems to be something that you either like it. I won't even say love it. You either like it or you absolutely hate it. That's what it looks like to me. But I'm going to go through the grind and just kind of find out what I think of it by going through all of the content. That's a lot of expansions. I quit early in Wrath of the Lich King. So that might be more than one character I'm leveling up, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work out yet. But that's the next phase for me. And I kind of know my own personality to know that, at least at this point in time, I won't be happy until I've accomplished that. It'll bother me because it's an unknown, right? Well, I haven't actually given it a shot, or there's all these expansions that I missed out playing on, and it's new content, and it's free to me because I have the subscription already, you know, or things like that. So I want to go check it out. My shotgun opinion right now is if World of Warcraft were to take Wrath of the Lich King, I think is what I'd go with, not Season of Discovery. I would run Season of Discovery as like an off, something that you did with an alt. But if they took Wrath of the Lich King and they just scrapped everything that they've done since then, that's the bullet they would have to bite. And I don't see them doing it, but if they would, and then rebuild Wrath of the Lich King off of the new graphics, or I guess if you're taking the time to do this, you could even update the existing retail graphics engine, and you re-released it like that. So you got the gameplay of Wrath of the Lich King, because from what I understand, retail is just like, people are pissed about just having to watch their cooldowns all the time, and they can't really tell what's going on. It's a mess what's going on in the screen. The raids have gotten really complicated, and it's hard to tell what your class is even doing to really accomplish anything. People are reduced to watching the numbers on their cooldowns and looking at the DPS meter to get an idea of how they did. This is all stuff that I have not witnessed personally. It's stuff that I've read and heard about on YouTube and things like that. But if they would do that with Wrath of the Lich King, incorporate a new graphic system, just go ahead and retcon everything and start over again from Wrath of the Lich King, I bet World of Warcraft would be right back on top where it was years ago. Sissy says, I hated Cataclysm, so I quit. I like Pandaria and Wrath of the Lich King. Legion is not that fun. Pet battles are really fun. They screwed up hunters when they took away mana. They took away mana? I didn't even know that. In my humble opinion. Yeah. Yep. Well, okay, so yeah, what you just mentioned there made me think. I think I remember hearing somebody voice a complaint that it wasn't a direct complaint. They were actually giving a compliment to why they liked Wrath of the Lich King, but because this is what they liked about Wrath of the Lich King compared to retail, it was also an indictment on retail. And what they were saying was that they liked Wrath of the Lich King because the classes felt unique again. Which makes me think that in WoW retail, you somehow lose that. Which is a little bit weird to me because on paper, you have some very distinctive classes and mechanics. You have a whole bunch of different races to pick from, but somehow people seem to feel like it all feels the same. It's all same. They have focus now. The classes are much better in Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah. That is what I have heard. Like it was, I guess Wrath of the Lich King is where they really got it right, because WoW Classic, if you're looking for actual, real, individualized and distinct classes classes, WoW Classic is probably where it's at, because you actually have winners and losers there. There are some classes that are just objectively better or some races, I should say. Oh, I got confused. WoW Classic, it's about races being very individualized. But then what I heard is that in Wrath of the Lich King, they balanced that out. And one of the neat things that they're doing with Season of Discovery is they're allowing you, well, the rumor is they're going to allow you to train in to another race's racial specialties. So if I want to be a human priest, but I want that undead devouring plague, I can do it. Sissy says in Wrath of the Lich King, the talent points make sense. Oh, we're full. All right, we're at 11 of 18 on the tusks. And bags are full, so we can pretty much only get tusks. And that's probably going to signify time to go ahead and return back to Booty Bay. We'll stop and see if we can farm for that ring on the way. Okay, we got a big pull. Oh, darn it. Get this guy. Grab aggro bear. Darn it. What is going on that my bear can't hold aggro? I guess my dwarf is he's hitting that hard. I almost died there. I didn't realize how close I was to death. I didn't use feigned death or anything. I was just trying to power through it. Alright, where are we at? 12 of 18? Yeah. Let's go ahead and use a rune cloth bandage. Oh yeah, it does kind of sound like cheating, huh? Being able to train into another race's racial talent. I think that's their way of making it so that you're not pigeonholed into playing a certain race if you're taking a certain class. Let's put... Oh, I gotta go to aspect of the Viper. This will help with my threat management anyway. In Wrath of the Lich King, you have a sword and a bow or gun, and cat. No more sword for hunters.
Inventory is full.
So in retail, they can't use swords. 13 of 18.
Inventory is full.
14. And 15. We're cleaning up. Okay, there's a whole mess of people here. Let's try going right to left. I don't know if I can take all these guys, but it'd be fun to try. We're going to just send the pet to attack. Darn it. Ack. Oh, did my pet die? I think my pet died, and so they did not fall for the feigned death. Yeah, Ralph is a good tank, but that looked. I guess that was a bit too much. In Pandaria, you can shoot face to face, so it's weird to get used to. Oh, you don't have a range limitation anymore. You can, no matter how close they are, you can fire your weapon, I guess. Yeah. Like here, you have to back up to shoot. Okay. Yeah, and I heard that Survival Hunter got real good in retail. I think I heard that it was good in Wrath also. I have a macro for this, so sometimes it's a little bit janky and it doesn't work at first. Oh my gosh, an ad? Of course an ad. Oh, my pet's unhappy. I'm gonna need to feed him food. What happened here? Oh, my frickin' Lanta. Every single one of these guys is really interested in me. There we go, finally. Okay, let's go ahead and use a rune bandage. Throw a heal. Time for another heal on Ralph. And we dinged. 16 of 18.
Inventory is
17. And will we get the last one right here? No. but
I can't carry anymore. Inventory is full.
there it is. Let's get out of here. This place is terrible. Brandon's here. So we're going to head to where Brandon is not, which should get us Chucky's ring. Let's mount up. Oh boy, there's nowhere to go. We got to go through all of this. Let's get over here to the outskirts. Trying to get back to the road. All right. All right, so we're headed back to here to get Chucky's huge ring. Sissy says, I always play survival. The trolls were worse than I remember. And bag dump, yeah, we gotta sell. I've never played survival. At the time that I was playing, survival was actually the origin point of the infamous huntard meme. Because the whole idea was, what kind of idiot plays a melee hunter? Because it wasn't viable. It was nowhere near viable. It was law-worthy, right? So people mocked it and they started calling hunters huntards. And then from there, it just expanded, and you had so many hunters, and I think it became more associated with people rolling need on gear that's really not for hunters, and there was a reputational thing that occurred there. But the huntard term originated with hunters trying to play their survival spec, being like, I'm gonna be a melee hunter. And no, you're not. We will invite a warrior. And but evidently survival got extremely viable, I think starting with Wrath of the Lich King. And as I understand it, it's explosive shot that is the heavy lifter there. Oh, 293 point crit. Should have used Viper Sting right there.
Can't carry anymore.
You can kite traps, and stings are good in rotation. Do you mean stings are good in rotation on the same mob, or just cycling, like if you face a mana user you want to throw
Inventory is full.
Viper Sting so that you can replenish your mana? And on things like melee mobs, you want to go Serpent. Elites, you maybe want to use Scorpid, that kind of a thing. Or do you mean like start off with Viper Sting on a guy like this and then cycle over to Serpent Sting? The first one, okay. Picking which sting. So the first explanation, picking your sting based on mob type. Okay. Go ahead and put Serpent Sting on him. Attack right here. Heal. Okay, this guy aggroed. So I'm going to put some DPS into the Naga to get him down real quick. There we go. Now attack over here. Go ahead and Viper Sting him. Throw a heal. Here come our friends. Darn it. Oh no. They again did not fall for it. God, man, I don't like losing to the same thing twice. I did try to adjust. I didn't do the same thing, so I guess I'm okay with it. I did try to get an AoE damage up there. But man, that thing pumps out a lot of troops in a short amount of time. It's just, I don't know what to do about the aggro there. And then they don't always fall for feigned death. Okay, we gotta feed the pet. Where's that at? I think I have a macro set up for that. Auto shot. Is it over here? I don't have a macro. Okay, it's right here. Do I have any more? It might be time for me to cook. Oh, I do have clams here. Okay. Let's loot. And he's still unhappy. Okay, he's at least content now. Boy, he's still hungry. When are you gonna be happy, garbage disposal? There we go. Oh, Arathi Basin. Yeah, that's right. Sissy, that is what you were talking about earlier. AB. That was another one that I liked. I enjoyed it. Low-level food, yeah. Yeah, the clam bake was a lot better. Deviled clams requires level 15. It's, jeez, level 15. Well, apparently I have a lot of progress I need to make on cooking. You know, what I like the most about Season of Discovery is the fact that they level cap it for a pretty good amount of time. So then what that means is that your raiders, your top-end players and stuff, they're all running old content. That if you haven't seen it for years on end or never had a chance to see it because you weren't in the upper crust of Elite at the time that those raids were popular, then you get to see all of that. So for me, like, I never really, I've been there, but I never beat it. I never beat, there we go. I never beat Molten Core. I never beat Onyxia. So by level capping things, 15 frost resist, I don't think so. You can experience all of that content all over again because everybody's stuck at that level. That's what everybody's doing. They're all farming to be as good at that as they can be. It is the game. It becomes the game. People are having fun doing it. You know, they're trying to clear things as fast as they can. They're leveling their guilds up, their rosters up as much as possible. But you know, everybody's stuck at level 25. So, for example, there's no real tanking happening right now. The best paladin spec that there is for tanking is actually Retribution. Because right now, nobody has access to the talents that really make you the defensive beast that you can be.
I can't carry anymore.
So it's more about doing high damage to hold threat rather than using your utilities and stuff. So those are the things that I like about Season of Discovery. It does put a refocus onto all of the old content like nothing else can. On a Wrath of the Lich King server, you're not going to see any guilds running Molten Core, you know. And it adds new twists and flair. But, you know, like I said earlier, Wrath of the Lich King is what I would use for my base game. If I was to redo things as a Blizzard and conquer the world again in the video game industry, that's the way I would do it. And then have Season of Discovery as sort of like the quirky novel thing that you can get involved with on the side. But it is fun. It's interesting. It's a neat idea. It's a good example of outside the box thinking by Blizzard. Actually, Sissy, I'm really excited about doing exactly that. Sissy says, I like doing the lower raids alone. Boring, I know, but for collecting, it's fun. And I'm really stoked about being able to take a high-level character and go solo some of these vanilla raids. That just sounds like something neat to do. And you can kind of probably, I would imagine, soak in all of the storyline and the lore that raid has to offer without I guess, the hubbub of dealing with a whole bunch of other people at the same time. Half of which are going to be jerks. That's just the nature of online gaming. I don't even want to say those people are jerks overall in real life, but the nature of online gaming is that about a third to a half of the people that you're grouped with are just going to be, you know, in it for themselves, and they don't care about you or anybody else, and if they can get away with it, they'll do it. You know, stuff like that. Level 35. Yeah, I'm way behind on my food. I'm going to have to level cooking up. I mean, I should be keeping all this other food, but I'm stubborn. I want to be able to cook it myself. Quest item. Keep the mage weave. We want to open those clams. I don't know if I need this library script anymore. Okay. I'm up to 61 gold. We're at about 51,000 XP per hour. What was it that I want to look at here? Oh yeah, these. There we go. Got a black pearl. If I was smart, I would send that to the AH. Maybe I'll make an AH character off screen and start doing that. We're going to need money for a mount at level 40. Fingers crossed for a black pearl. I just vendored it. Am I being stupid? Should I take that back? They used to be really good sellers. Yeah, maybe I should just check that out on the AH. Hunter is good for that. She's talking about soloing dungeons. Lol, it's true about the quality of people that you're teamed up with. Recipes ahead. Fingers crossed for a black pearl. They used to be really good sellers. Yeah, she says check the AH for sure. Okay. Will do. Thank you, Sissy. You saved me from stupidity. Let's say foolishness, right? I really think that there's actually, in my experience, I'm pushing 50 years old. In my experience, there's very few actual legitimately stupid people.
Greetings.
What there is there's a lot of foolishness. Foolish is different from stupidity. There's a lot of ignorance also. Ignorance is totally conquerable. Foolishness is a little bit of a different problem.
Great.
A lot of times foolishness is because...
especially for what's inside Maury's foot. Thanks much, adventurer.
People have priorities in their life misaligned, and so foolishness can be the result of a bad worldview. That's why it's a little bit harder to escape.
See you later.
Okay. But it is escapable. So I don't really like to use the word stupid. It's a habit of mine, so I want to break away from that. So it's a conscious effort on my part. But because I don't believe it to be accurate, I try not to use that word overly much. Sometimes somebody is being stupid, but most of the time they're just being foolish. La 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 la. Okay, we got to go into the inn. We'll turn in a couple quests here.
Time is money, friend. Keep it real.
Great.
Keep it real.
Wonderful. I can get a bundle for these. That venture company sure picked the wrong jungle to mine in, didn't they? We'd all be in better shape if they moved out of here. Thank you, adventurer. You've done a good deed this day. Ah, very good. Here is your pay. And here's a little something extra for your discretion.
For your discretion. I like goblins. Goblins make me laugh, man. They're like the mafia of World of Warcraft. They're just into money, you know? They don't really care what your scruples are or which side you're working for.
Ah, good work. Good work. Ah, Though you could have done a better job cleaning off the... Well, no matter, no matter. My thanks to you, adventurer. Our operation will no doubt see increased output and productivity thanks to your help. Good, good. Now, on to other matters.
Okay, I think I turned everything in here. So we're down to 5 quests left and Shadowthorn Vale. Are there more to be had? I don't see exclamation points. There is one right here for level 50. Here's 1, here's 2. Where are these others at? Actually, the easiest way will be to back out of here. Oh my gosh, what the heck just... Ah! That sounded absolutely ferocious. Your dragon mount, sir. Spooking everybody. Criminy, man. That was scary. Jeez. All right, so we have something up here. Whiskey Slim's Lost Grog. That's right here. Okay, that's the red quest. This one's the Elemental Bracers. Okay. Here's Mari's Key. Okay, that's cracking Mari's foot. Cortello's Riddle is complete. That's actually over... He mentioned Swamp of Sorrows. I don't know. I think Swamp of Sorrows is down here. Duskwood. Swamp of Sorrows, yeah. Okay, there's the question mark. There's Cortello's Riddle. What about Lesser Bloodstone? Favor for Krasik. A Mountain Cave and Dry Whisker Gorge. Alrighty then. So we've really only got, I think, 2 quests left in Shadowthorn Vale besides this level 51, which I'll do later. There's Zul'Grub. This is what my guild was working on at the time that I quit. Even though Wrath of the Lich King was out, we weren't very good. Oh, you know what? No, what it was is this is before Wrath of the Lich King. Then for Wrath, my cousin wanted me to join, so I transferred to a different server and joined that guild. But that guild was not very good either. So we only got so far into progression, and then I quit in Wrath before anybody had reached any endgame content. Okay, we're going to head north and knock out these 2 quests. Then we'll Hearthstone back and we'll probably call it an episode. If you like Questy, you could get TomTom for the arrow and keep using Questy. Carbonite has both. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm going to give Carbonite a try. So I'll disable Questy and load up Carbonite and try that as an all-encompassing mod. Because I've noticed sometimes Questy kind of glitches a little bit. It doesn't update up here. And then I'll fall back on... That's really good info. Thank you, Sissy. And she says, yeah, Swamp of Sorrows is past Duskwood. Oh, she was laughing at me getting spooked by the dragon. I was laughing at myself. That's why I admit it. I was like, that was scary. It's funny. It's all good. I just messed up my own phrase. All's well that ends well. That's been my phrase for forever and a day. There are things that I saw in the military that could have gone really sideways for me and the group I was with, right? Talking about personal life and, in dangerous places of the world, right? Both. And it's just lots of situations where it's like the phrase there, but by the grace of God really fits. But in the military, you're kind of constantly facing that stuff. It's typically pretty young people That's the bulk of the military, young people. And you kind of get into and out of trouble together. So you adopt this mindset of all's well that ends well. And that's where a lot of military people have really dark humor. It's like called gallows humor or black humor. And it's because we've seen a lot of shiz in it, you know, and we just learn to kind of, it's a coping mechanism. You learn how to laugh about what did not get you, you know, whatever didn't kill you, or you didn't get got, or even in your personal life where you, because you're young and you're doing stupid things, you wind up in bad situations with your friends and then you find your way out, but really it could have, you know, could have gone really sideways. So those kinds of things, but that probably explains why I tend to laugh a lot about stuff that I don't know how to put it. Stuff that would normally be serious for other people, or that might put them in a bad mood. Like this guy's drag. I could see some other people. I have a couple brothers that are there. They have a little bit more trigger-worthy tempers. So if they were to have a dragon bellow in their speakers in their ear, you know, randomly, and it scares them, they're more apt to actually be pissed off and actually angry. Whereas me, I tend to recover real fast and be like, okay, that was kind of funny, you know. Yeah, the United States military. I was in the U.S. military. And Sissy says she loves the dragons. Yeah, they're pretty neat. I've never had one. So that might be one of my goals, to get a dragon mount in Wrath of Lich King. I know they're like totally prevalent in retail, but it seemed like they were a little bit more rare in Wrath. My brother-in-law just retired from the military about 3 years ago. Oh yeah, congrats to him. That's my situation. I'm retired. And so it's he should be on the other side of it now after 3 years, but it's definitely there's some stuff that you have to deal with that nobody ever sees coming. I mean, they always tell us. I grew up in the military with older people getting ready to get out, and you just hear these stories all the time about you're kind of institutionalized, and you know you're going to have a lot of like emotional stuff to deal with whenever you get out, because there's things you haven't dealt with. And I always thought I was a little bit different than your normal military person. I never wanted to be G.I. Joe or anything like that. I didn't care about how many ribbons I had, or I didn't want accolades or achievements or, you know, medals for bravery, or I just wanted to get the job done. So I felt like I ticked differently than an awful lot of military folks. But whenever I got out, boy, I had a whole lot of things I had to go through that I thought I had dealt with. And then I found out, no, I didn't deal with them. I just kind of put things on a shelf so that I could remain functional. And now that I'm out of the military and I can exhale, and it's just about me and my life instead of being willing to die for strangers, right? Because that's what it requires. You got to have that personality type where you're willing to die for strangers. So now that it's just my life and it's about me and what do I want to do and my goals, that's like what I call an exhale moment. And when you exhale, all the tension releases and all the things that you didn't deal with come bubbling to the surface. And so, like I say, after about 3 years, he's probably gone. He's probably through all of that. But congrats to him, and I hope he enjoys his retirement. I know that it's been quite the blessing for me. Oh, here, I got caught up in talking, and I forgot where we were going. That's my bad. I do that a lot. Sometimes I don't walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. I'm kind of singular task oriented. Gotta work hard for them, yeah. Well, you know, I think it's a calling. It's not a job. There are certain professions that are like that. Police and fire department come to mind. Paramedic. Maybe to a lesser extent, nurse. Or emergency room doctor. These are jobs that if you're not called to do them, if your soul, I guess for lack of a better word, isn't totally in line with that, and like you feel energized and alive whenever you're doing this kind of a job, then you probably need to find something else, you know. So it takes a certain kind of person, and not to say that people who are not that person are any lesser than, because it takes everybody. How is the person who wants to go out and put their life on the line to try and defend the innocent, which I'm sitting here saying that the U.S. military didn't always get things right, but the intent of the people, usually that's what it is for most people. How are they going to be able to do that if you don't have bankers and lawyers back home funding the economy and keeping society together in that regard, you know? So everybody's got a role. She says, I think getting to be with his wife all the time was a big adjustment. Yeah, probably. But, you know, that may have been a real challenge at first, because sometimes couples need breathing room. And the other thing that happens is that sometimes couples have been together for forever, but because of the nature of the job, they find out that they don't have as much intimacy as you would expect for people who've been together for that long. And so then whenever things change and they're together with each other all the time, they have new stuff they have to work on, right? They got problems they got to work through. They got to learn how to live together and live with each other in ways that they really haven't had to do. And it's all a surprise, but at the end of the day, it's such a quality of life improvement. It's like worth putting the work into for that, and just having that opportunity to be in a family the way that most people are in a family. That might be one of the things he had to deal with, where he starts realizing, like, holy smokes, there's a lot of stuff that we missed out on that we'll never get back. Those years are gone. Those are the sacrifices you make, right? But whenever that's a shocking realization for a person, there's sometimes a little bit of trauma or even like guilt that you have to deal with. But overall, like, things are probably looking pretty good for him. The retirement is nice. I've really enjoyed it, and I don't know anybody who doesn't. The intent for the people, I think, is different than those directing things. Yeah, a lot of times. A lot of times. But you do have people who join the military for the wrong reasons. Right? You have people who join just to go to college. Well, that's I don't know. I don't want to say it's a mistake, because it's a gamble that can work out for you, especially if it's peacetime. But when it comes down to it, if things pop off, you did sign your name to the dotted line. That was the gamble you took, and you lost, you know. But that would be what we would call a wrong reason, I think. There are people who join to make it a career. Like, they start out with the idea of making it a career, and they're all about themselves. They want to promote. They're not really about the mission. Well, that's also wrong reason. There were some cases. This one's a little bit more benign. It's not like intentionally wrong. But there's a lot of girls that join because they like the idea of the guys. You know, that's what they joined for. It's to them that's exciting, and they want to meet all the dudes and the kind of guys that join the military and stuff like that. But you know, normally you're going to find out like, hey, this actually isn't for me as a lifestyle. You know, I'm deploying half a year every year into dangerous places, and I didn't really. I'm finding that I don't really like that as much as I thought I might. Oh yeah, then there's the most egregious one. There are, I've never seen it myself personally, but I've heard of it. I was Air Force, so I heard this is more prevalent in the Army. But there are some cases where you have genuine, like, psychopaths that join because it's wartime, and they're allowed to carry guns and go kill people. And that satisfies them because they're sick, right? So you have some cases of that. Now, again, I've only heard of that. I've never actually personally witnessed it. So I don't know. That could be an old wives' tale for all, like an urban legend for all I know. But I have heard about that. Sissy says, I think so too, although I miss the pictures of the big scary spiders he used to snap. Yeah, did he send you the pictures of the spiders that look like they belong in the movie Aliens? They're from the desert, they're from the Middle East. And like the I forgot what they're called actually, but they crawl on you and they like inject something so that you don't feel them. It deadens your nerves. Yeah, those are the ones you're talking about. Yeah, those are terrifying, man. Those little buggers are all over the place out there. And then there's always the prospect that you wake up and put your shoes on and there's a scorpion in your boots. That's why we don't leave our boots on the ground. We hung them up all the time. I cannot imagine waking up. You're still sleepy. You're still on autopilot. And you shove your foot into a boot and an angry scorpion the size of your hand strikes back. You know, that's a bad time, man. Yeah, that's why I was saying like earlier about the military, and you get into sketchy situations and out of sketchy situations, and you just learn how to laugh at that which did not kill you. You know. So anyway, I'm real happy for your brother-in-law. Real happy for your sister actually, and hopeful that they have a whole treasure trove of things to uncover together as a couple over these next, 10 to 15 years, really, where life is just like an adventure for them all over again, because they're getting to do all the things that were never, it was so far out of reach, it didn't even enter into their imaginations before. But now they're thinking in new terms, and they're there's new idea. Hey, we could go do this, or we could go do that. That's where they would have never even considered that before. That was like a storybook fantasy that you saw on TV. That kind of a thing. Yeah, Sissy says she's not a fan of scorpions. Hey, wait a minute. It says I'm not done over here. What else do I need? Oh, I didn't get that 6th bracer. I thought I did. Yeah, that's my bad. Yeah, scorpions. They don't. I don't know how I want to phrase this. I don't want to tangle with scorpions because that sting hurts, right? But if I'm looking at them, maybe from afar, not super far away, but they're kind of in my proximity, I'm not really terrified of them. I just kind of avoid them, right? But for me, it's snakes. Snakes, they creep me out. it's like, have you ever gotten out of the shower and like the coldness hit you in the right way that you got like shivers all the way through your shoulders and down your spine? That's how I react to snakes. And if I have to hold one and it's slithering and squirming in my hands, it takes a lot of willpower for me not to chuck that thing as far away from me as possible. I detest snakes. They really freak me out. Everything about them, their movement, like I want to shoot them right away. I don't live and let live with snakes. I don't care if you're a gardener snake. That stuff's disgusting to me. Oh, he's your husband's brother. Oh, okay. Gotcha. And Sissy's not a fan of snakes either. Yeah. Yep. They give me the willies. That makes me think, actually, here in WoW, how I don't know if they still do this or not, but whenever I was playing, particularly before any of the expansions came out, it was really popular for hunters to go get a spider pet, because what people start figuring out is that there's a lot of arachnophobia out there. So in PvP, it would, like, their opponents in real world would be a lot more tense than they normally would if you sent a spider pet after them. Here we go. I can start beating these guys to the punch. There we go, 6 of 6 elementals. Yeah, so one of the things, you mentioned that your husband, that's his brother. So one of the things that I've experienced since getting out is just the ability to be in the same place that my family's in. Like my parents and my brothers. Whereas before, I was just, you know, any given place in the world, there's no hope that I'm going to be able to move back and stay in the town where my parents and my brothers are at. But that's a reality for me now. It's just I just got done having one of the best Christmases I've ever had, and it's not because I got a whole bunch of gifts. I didn't. You know, I'm not at that age. That's for kids, right? It's that the atmosphere, and for me, I'm religious, and so the experience that I had just praying and reading the Bible was a big part of it. But then having family around, we actually had people over, you know, and the house was full. We had a lot of people at the dinner table, and I don't know, it's just a really good experience, you know. To me, it's kind of surreal. It's like this doesn't happen in real life. This is stuff that you see on TV. But that's part of my real life now. And it's a really good feeling. I really enjoyed it. It was a terrific, like I said, it's one of the best Christmases I've had in recent years. Okay, we're headed this way now. Let's see. I think I'm gonna mount up and head this way. There's gotta be a way up that I'm not seeing. Oh, here we go. All right. Sissy says, wow, I love spider pets, but never thought of that. And then she says, my first one was a green spider as I was trying to tame a wyvern, but they were not tameable, so I grabbed a spider and he turned out really great. Oh, that's cool. And she wraps up, we had a very nice Christmas too. Lots of family, not so much gifts. All the kids are grown. Yeah, you know, and that's kind of what, I guess at risk of sounding cliche, I suppose it is cliche, but that's what really counts. It's just the truth. It results in memories and feelings that last long past Christmas, whereas gifts are just kind of, I don't know. They're there one day and gone the next. This is a lot of trolls I'm having to run through. Oh, we got through it. We didn't get dismounted. I might have spoken too soon. Oh, we're clear. Okay, so we got kind of a long ways to go. Yeah, we're not even close. We do an exchange. Everyone brings one gift and we play a game. Oh yeah, kind of. Is that white elephant gift exchange thing? I've done that a couple times, but because I've only done it twice, I forget what the rules are. But it sounds like what you're talking about, or something like it. Everybody brings a gift, and then you like pick a number. Like in WoW, where we would do /roll, you do that. And then whoever rolls the highest gets whatever gift is being given away at the time. The best part is everyone sharing a good meal and lots of laughs. Yeah, absolutely. Man, I really had a good Christmas. And to the point that I'm a little bit down that it's kind of, we're on the other side of it now. I wouldn't say I'm depressed. It's not that kind of a feeling, but I'm a little bit down. 2024 has got too much excitement to offer for me to be too down. And not all excitement is good. I mean, if you are throwing yourself out of the emergency hatch of an airplane that's on fire, and then as you're falling, you discover that your parachute was packed wrong, and this is kind of how it's all going to end for you. That's exciting, but it's not the kind of excitement you were looking for. But your adrenaline is pumping, so not all excitement is good, but it's never boring, like you were saying earlier. And I have enough curiosity that I'm just kind of like waiting to see what happens next. That to me is enticing. Oh, get away. Ogres. Sissy says, we pick cards and the highest get to pick a gift and open it until all gifts are opened. Ah, that's cool. The world political situation is definitely changing, hopefully for the better for everyone in the world. Yeah, I agree. There are a lot of plot lines and storylines happening now there are more things going on that are on a global scale than I've ever witnessed before, and I feel like I grew up in a world that was already kind of global, So it is very interesting. I think the more that we push forward and the more obvious things become, the more people of all persuasions and worldviews are starting to recognize the holy smokes, there's some really shady things going on, and so it's neat, it's neat to see, and it's going to, I think, lead to interesting alliances that you would not have seen in the past. And interesting oppositions that were formerly alliances. It's crazy how this is Sissy talking, it's crazy how the same things are happening all over at the same time. Yeah, nothing screams coordinated than when you see similar things being unfolded in multiple nations, right? I mean, that's not organic. That doesn't happen all by itself. What am I supposed to be getting from these guys? Mori's key. So any one of them can have it on them. Let's open this quest. Oh, I can't open it while in combat. Curses! That's why Mori put a lock on his foot and I can't open it. His loot's inside the foot and that's what he owes me. Oh, he's talking about a foot locker. We need to find the key to open the lock. Mori was known to gamble with the Moshog ogres at their mound to the northeast. He told me when he was still alive that the last time he went to the mound, he was chased off after winning too much. Maybe the ogres there have his key, but if they do, you might have to kill a load of them to find the right one. Okay. Alright, so we have our orders. Sissy says, bingo, so many things I thought I knew. I now know I don't know. Hey, like they used to say on G.I. Joe, knowing is half the battle. I mean, we're so far ahead of where we used to be. I'm old enough to remember a time when I was like, okay, this certain group of people or this political party I can trust, or my government, you know, I have faith in my government, yeah. To a perspective of, I don't trust you people at all. None of you. You know? So that's an unveiling of ignorance, you know. So I'm grateful for that. I'm happy for that. I mentioned earlier I'm religious, so one of the things I pray for, because I think the Bible has things to say about how people will be in the end times. And that's a whole rabbit trail people can go down, what constitutes end times and all, but it does talk about needing a spirit of discernment. Because the days are evil, you know? And if you look at, I'm not trying to get super religious here, I'm just describing my own worldview, but if you look at the character of Satan, it's all based off of lies. And what do we have going on right now? I think it's an era of deception. That seems to be like the chief characteristic. It's deceptions on top of deceptions. It's all kinds of clever ruses. It feels like a carnival house, the house of mirrors, when you walk through and you have all the different bended, twisty mirrors. And it's not, none of it's reflecting reality back to you. But if you were to be born and raised in that environment, how would you know that that's what's false? That's why I like to tell people to look up on YouTube Plato's Cave. There's like these little 5 to 15 minute cartoons that they have describing the concept of Plato's Cave, and I think it's perfect for our time right now. Look at how the health of my pet is really good. I wasted a arcane shot on that totem. We're gonna bleed this guy for his mana to recharge ourselves. Way to go, Ralph. Okay, Sissy says, they say stuff, we believe them, they lied, and we do it over and over again. Yeah. We call it Clown World. Yeah, that's what I call it. You and I are same page. Oh, and Sissy is familiar with Plato's Cave. Only those who are convinced by the shadows can't see it. Yeah. Yep. I'm constantly trying to pass that on, particularly to young people, because I think that they're actually miseducated. I think they're kept from things that teach them how to think for themselves and how to critically think, and are instead indoctrinated. And so I love to pass those kinds of videos off because YouTube does such a good job with like little cartoon explanations. They don't take too long. So for these younger people that have kind of shorter attention spans because the way the world is now, and they've not really been educated into critical thought, I think it's a really good eye-opener for them. It's easily understandable. It's done in a format that's contextualized for them. It's one of my favorite things to give to younger people that are just trying to figure out what in the world's going on, and this is such a nightmare. It's all boomers' faults. Well, you're correct in determining that something is really, really amiss. It's extremely broken. But no, it's not all boomers' fault. It's the fact that you have evil people that have colluded and conspired together to, you know, what I've heard, Sissy, is at the academic level for quite a while now, actually, at least 10 years. They're saying that forget about the various political strategies you have out there. You know, is it capitalism's fault? Is it communism? And start thinking in terms of neo-feudalism, because we have like a group of what I suppose we would call elites internationally that that are able to coordinate with each other more closely than at any other point in time in history, because the world's gotten smaller, and also because there's never really been fewer hands with their hands on more wealth since maybe the days of the Babylonian kingdom. But that I kind of lost my train of thought there. Hold on, I saw something here. I saw something shiny, and I forgot my train of thought. Oh, neo-feudalism. That's at the academic level. That's what they're discussing. Neo-feudalism. That you have a group of people that envision having something like 300 people in charge of the entire world. That would be the new aristocracy. And everybody else is a serf class. And they feed off of your labor. That's why you have people out there saying you will own nothing and you'll like it. They want to take private property away. They want to own everything, and they want you to be beholden to them. And so you're talking about an aristocracy class and a serf class, and absolutely nothing in between. And if you notice, in multiple nations across the world for quite a while now, you have had a disappearance of the middle income. The countries that are doing the best financially, like China, they've actually grown their middle income. But in a lot of Western nations, the middle class is disappearing, and you're more and more getting a haves and have-nots. That's what neo-feudalism is. And Sissy says, absolutely, Sesame Street Protocol. Yeah. Yeah. They do it right in front of our faces and have been doing it for as long as I have been alive. Bilderberger, WEF, NGOs, all deciding how we have to live. Yeah. I would say yes. In fact, you know, without even saying how much of that is actually accurately true or not, because I don't know. I have suspicions. I've heard things about these kinds of groups, every single one of them that you mentioned. But you have a group of people out there that they hear that and they're like, oh my gosh, you're a conspiracy theorist. Dude, we're in an age of conspiracy. And some of these people, I wonder, not to make fun of rich people, I'm not. I have nothing against people who have money. But I wonder if some of these people, you know, you have the phrase out there, champagne socialists. How many of these people were born with a silver spoon in their mouth? Because if you were anything less than filthy rich and you've been around wealthy people, you understand that just by I'm not even saying this is an evil thing. I'm saying it's human nature. When you have your hands on that many resources, what else are you going to do with your time except try to plot out and scheme and decide how to shape the world? It's just a bigger scale of what you do in your own home. It's human nature. So if you hold this view that rich people are not out there conspiring and working with each other to shape the world in exactly the way that they think it should be, whatever their reasons are, whether it's self-serving or whether they really think maybe it comes from a narcissistic perspective that they can fix the whole world if we would just let them. You know, we little people who keep getting in the way. If you don't think that that's a part of reality, that's a point of naivety that I feel sorry for you. That's just not understanding the world we live in or how human beings in general function. Of course they're going to do that. It's kind of normal. It's just human nature. It's why you don't want people to have too much power in their hands or too few people to have. Oh, you know what? We're killing the wrong guys here. They don't drop anything. Sissy says, I predict they will fail and they will be unhappy. Yeah. Well, I think you're right. I just think the history of the world consistently shows this. I think you can look at authoritarian nations. There's not too many authoritarian nations that remain authoritarian for forever. At some point in time, the civilian population revolts. And the phrase I heard that I think is apt is that these people are trying to hold oh, you know what? I got the key. Favor for Krasik. That's in a different zone. Okay. These people are trying to hold the ocean in their fists. Hold the ocean in their fist. You know, it's an impossibility. So I'm rather excited. We are playing for real things. There's real stuff at stake here, but I believe things have been trending in I would call it the population's direction. See, I think I'm pretty political, and I have a very political worldview. But I'm starting to drift away from that and realize that it's really just the population. One of the best descriptions I ever heard is that the dividing line, the division bell, the dividing line used to cut vertical. And that's why you had left versus right. But now it cuts horizontal, and it's the people versus the elites. And that's why you have such a gathering together of people who are conservative and people who are disaffected classical liberals. And they're teaming up. They're coming together. They're finding common ground. The political position I hold and the kind of candidates that I support are the kind that were first recognized by the Bernie bros, who I used to make fun of. I'm conservative. I used to mock the Bernie bros. I was the one calling them conspiracy theorists. But that was the first group of people that I heard say, the establishment is killing us. They're all against us. None of them have our interest in mind. And I just thought, look at the problems the left is having, until I found out they were right about everything. You know, so I see opportunity for people who have been divided for a long time, who have different political persuasions, to instead come together. It's just such an exciting thing to witness, because it's like something to do with the human spirit, is the best way I can describe it. And I'm very positive about our outlook. I think there's a lot on the line. I think that you can make a case for either side winning. I get that. I just feel in my bones, though, it's us. We're going to win. And I think history bears that out. I think it would be unprecedented if these elites were the ones to win. Let's see what Sissy says. It's really amazing to me that some people refuse to read the stuff these groups publish. Yeah, they're publishing it. They're holding conferences, telling us what they are doing, and call it a conspiracy theory. That tells me they are definitely programmed. Pendulums always swing back. That's exactly right, Sissy. I've used the pendulum analogy myself before, so definitely on the same page with you there. They exposed themselves, in my opinion, with COVID. Yeah, the Overton window is shifting. Yeah, all of that stuff. I mean, all of the phraseology you're using and the concepts, I'm familiar with all of that, and I agree. It's a very exciting time to be alive. You know, I mean, and I describe that in the same way that I would say, hold on, I got to clear my throat. I say that in the same way that I believe it must have been during World War II. Nobody's looking forward to going overseas and trying to crack Fortress Europe against a very professional and highly disciplined Nazi military that's extremely well equipped and has a lot more experience than we did as Americans whenever we hopped into that war. Nobody's looking forward to that. That's not something that you sign up for with glee. But you better believe that because it's one of the most clear-cut cases of good versus evil, I'm going to sign up for that 10 times out of 10, and I'm going to be excited about doing it. You know, because it needs to be done, because it's correct. And that's the same kind of feel. I think we have a similar analogy here.
What can I do for you?
It's not that it's fun. It's not exciting in a fun kind of way. It's exciting in the way of good triumphing over evil. That's isn't it? Leaves a great feeling. I go to sleep feeling satisfied, you know. Whereas I think some of these other people, as they continue to have a more and more difficult time sewing everything up, and they can't understand why, and they've tried all kinds of tricks in the book and nothing's working. I think as time presses on and every plan that they've had, and they're very crafty and clever plans, and they've got their hands on the valves of influence to pull it off, but none of it's working. And I think as time presses forward and that fails more and more and more, where I'm going to sleep feeling very much at peace and content and, like, for lack of a better word, like job satisfaction, I think they're going to sleep increasingly disturbed, tense, night sweats, night terrors, can't sleep well, need to self-medicate with liquor to relax, stuff like that, you know? I can't prove it. I don't know that that's happening. I just kind of have a feeling. whenever I look at how the situation's gone, that this is
Welcome
probably
to Booty Bay, partner. I hope
some of
your stay
what
in my
they're
town
experiencing.
is enjoyable and uneventful. Emphasis on the latter. We've got plenty of drink if you're thirsty, and plenty of bouncers if you're antsy. Now then, what can this humble servant of the
Drink
Steam
if you're
Needle cartel
thirsty,
do?
bouncers if you're
Yes,
antsy.
What can you do for me, eh? From what I've heard, the mages of Dalaran are busy with the reconstruction of their destroyed city.
Dalaran
I'm sure you can find
Crater.
one of them who will spare some time to look at the bracers. If there's anything I know about mages, they can't resist a magical puzzle. Take the bag of water elemental bracers and see if they can shed any light on the stone's curse. Look for the Archmage and Sirim Runeweaver in particular. I've dealt with him before, and his knowledge is vast.
Okay, we got another quest to turn in over here. They're trying to force us to pick a side. This is Sissy. And then they try to give us those sides. Yeah, I reject their choices. I pick the people, period. And she says they are panicking. Yeah, and that's what I think, you know. I'm the kind of person, the way my mind works, that I don't like to necessarily state that publicly. There's an aspect of me that doesn't want to because I don't have absolute proof. I'm kind of an evidence-based person, which people think, well, that's weird because you're religious. Yeah, but I have a reasoned faith. I didn't just jump into that, you know, blind. I researched it. And that's the conclusion I reached, right? You know, whether you agree with it or not. But, you know, I'm just trying to, not talking about you, Sissy, but anybody out there. Just trying to describe how the way my mind works, I really don't like to say something as though it is unless I have proof. And I don't have any proof that that's how these people feel. It's more that it's your understanding of people and how people tend to operate within certain situations. And if we're right about these situations being what they are, I mean, it's objectively true that they've tried a whole bunch of stuff and it just hasn't worked. COVID didn't work for them the way they wanted. I don't think January 6th worked the way they wanted. And I'm on YouTube right now, so I don't want to say a whole bunch of stuff, but that's my opinion. They didn't get nearly enough out of J6 as what they were. And the reason I say that, and again, I'm not going to go too deep into it, but if you look at the narratives that were being thrown out there post J6 and the headlines and the rhetoric, it didn't match what happened on the ground. It looked like a caricature. It didn't make any sense. And I think that's what shows that they had a certain idea in mind. They provoked, they, you know, whatever. I don't know. I'm getting into hazy territory here, so I kind of got to button it up. But I don't think it worked for the way that they wanted to. And so, like, all of these plans that they've rolled out have not met the threshold of what they expected or needed.
What can I do for you?
And as long as I'm right about that, then what that means is that's a string of failures, and that's just by human nature. It's going to lead to more tension. So that's
You found it. Thanks a million, adventurer.
where I'm getting my
Been a big
speculation
help to
from.
me. Here you go. You earned this.
Okay. Well, let's sell and repair again, and I think that I'm done with the stream because I've cleared out all of the quests here in Shadowthorn Vale with the exception of this level 50 one. So it's a good point to go ahead and drop stream. I've been streaming for 4 hours. 2 to 3 is my norm.
Well met.
And I want to keep that mage weave. I can sell the water. I don't need the shield. What do we got here? Bag of water elemental. That's part of the quest. I want to check the AH for this. Everything else I want to keep. I'm going to have to buy ammo here pretty soon. Not from this guy. He does bows. Pirate supplies.
Oh, do I have a deal for you?
No. Oh, you get parrots. Yeah, I don't want one.
For real?
I'm not too much into collections. I like the achievements idea, but I'm not somebody trying to get like 400 of all 400 or whatever number it is mounts and stuff like that. I don't even grasp how people are into that. It doesn't make sense to me. I want to find the mount that I think is the best and just go with that. Like if I find that dragon mount, I want that dragon mount. But then if I find something better than it, I want to destroy that dragon mount and take the new one. I don't want to put them all in a bank where I'm like, hey, I've collected all 400 Pokemons. It's not a thing for me. I don't understand it. So I understand enough about it to understand it's some people's thing, but it's not mine. That bag was for a quest, Sissy. It's not equipable. This has the elemental bracers inside it that we got to take to the guide to analyze. And Sissy says a lot of things they have been trying haven't worked and people are noticing. Nice to meet you and I enjoyed your stream. Thank you, Sissy. The best dragon is the dragon from the egg in Northrend. Hard to get out. Hard to get, but really nice. All right. Oh, look, I can sell this too. I'm going to do that right now while I'm thinking about it, because I will likely forget.
What are you looking for?
There we go. Throw this up there. All right, guys. Well, that's where we're going to wrap it up. Thank you for dropping by, everybody who did. Thank you for all of the comments, Sissy. That helps quite a lot. Anybody who hit like or subscribe, I appreciate it. But mostly, you know, I don't have any really big, huge goals. There are some things that would be nice to have when it comes to being a YouTuber, but it's mostly I just like playing games and then I share it with the public and then I like talking with you guys. Anybody who shows up, and we kind of do this together and it's fun, you know, so hope to see you all in the future. But if I don't, I want to say Happy New Year to everybody out there, and we will see what the Lord has in store for 2024. Hey, I'm a poet and didn't know it. All right, guys, take care.